Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Pathfinder Home Team, where we are joined today by my lovely players, streamers, and friends alike to enjoy a Pathfinder 2nd Edition campaign together. And
sorry.
and introductions are as follows. Starting with the amazing person who raided into us earlier today, Draco.
Lopez. My name is Oli Draco, and also got VTuber between Puppy Energy. Outside of that, or inside this, I guess, I am Gilgum, who is a spell-slinging sharpshooter kobold, who personality pending. No, I'm kidding. He's kind of driven with his secret mission, and he loves his family, but sadly his family does not love him. They want him dead, but he doesn't know that. He thinks that they love him and that they're coming to save him. We're actually there to sacrifice him to a god.
Anyways, next on the introduction list is the always studious Frank.
Hello, is your Frank? Milkshake here. Frank, big man, big hat, big pan, fighter, I think. And yeah, that's about it.
Amazing. Glenn Keelhall.
Hi, I am FenVT, a Dogboy VTuber, who is playing the second best boy, Glenn Keelhall, who is a Null Cleric, level 6. His daughter is a frog again, and he's trying to process this.
Frog daughter. Last but not least, and most of all, their birthday today is the amazing Just a Dork.
I am Just a Dork. I'm a TV-headed artist who you can find on Blue Sky, Twitter, in the Discord art. I also made the Fuji text on screen, and it's my birthday today.
Yeah. I am super excited for Dork's birthday. If you don't know anything about Dork, they have provided most of HomeTeam's assets and all of their art and the fun little things that you see on the Discord. Definitely give them a chance. Check out their Blue Sky. They're fantastic, and happy birthday. Genuinely, it's been fun. My best wishes being betrayed by my issue with tones today, but extending past that. Hi, everybody. Last but not least, we've got 2 more players on their way. We've got a Cornelius and we've got a Cyril Hooten who will join us later in the session. But for right now, I'm Tecknomancer. I'm your TV-headed VTuber DM who's hopefully going to bring this world to life for you this evening, as our cooperative storytelling adventure sort of builds in emotion and aura, I guess. Fuck it, dude, aura. Can't find descriptive words. We hope that you sit down, enjoy, pop some popcorn, and we're gonna get right back into it right after I announce that, hey guys, do you see these funny numbers that are next to the dice cubes next to our characters? Well, with your channel points, you could give these players, if you follow the or at Just a Dork, you could give them hero points. And with those hero points, they are allowed to re-roll rolls they otherwise might have fucked up. However, they can't re-roll ones. Fate is cruel in that regard. But regardless, your support of our players allows them to twist fate. And with that out of the way, who would like to give a recap on what happened last episode on Pathfinder Home Team for a hero point?
I I volunteer, friend.
Okay.
I volunteer
What?
friend as well.
Okay. So, we go down a level and we fight the monsters, which I think Gilgum forgets to carve them, but carves them later on. Then we go around the halls of the dungeon and we go to the one on the left and we find a fleshy monster. We attack and then kill it. And then I think from that monster's flesh, whatever, we pick up a rounded key that had several teeth on it. I give it to Cornelius. And then after that, we are in desperate need of a long rest. So Elena brings out the red door. And we spend the entire day trying to figure out why the hell my daughter is a frog.
How'd that go for
The
you?
end. You know what? Druid classes when all this is over. That's how it went.
I see.
Other player arrived.
Let's go!
The winter.
Cornelii.
Anybody would like to elaborate to filibuster a little bit about Frog?
Gertrude asked the starlings to turn her into a frog.
Hmm.
And for some reason during the morning, she would become a beautiful butterfly. I
No,
think.
no,
No?
not even
No?
close. Just her human
No?
self.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't have art for your child.
How dare you?
Jesus.
Yeah, so this was by choice, her choice, and the starlings would oblige. And Glenn decided to be nice and hold hands with one starling who wanted their hand held.
I'm
Yep.
being a jerk to them.
Shut up!
Very true. But regardless of a very particularly jerky adventurer not loving his situation with the starlings, we continue into the scene where we all last left off.
Wait. Let me put my shit in my fucking trunk.
Okay.
Items. Basilisk body, go. Crawling hands, go. Is that all I got? Did I not cut up anyone else after I left?
Those were the last two that you forgot to cut up, and I think you cut up the fleshy monster we were fighting. Because you were there.
Cornelius
Hi.
will be back. There's no dressing for Cornelius' salad.
Ooh, I also had a salad.
Oh wait, when did I get more teleportation research in my inventory? I didn't see this before. Oh well. I also have this silver fish bracelet that I'm holding onto for dear life.
Amazing.
Yeah.
All right. So, we join our players who last left off within the walls of the very lovely and very secure temporal anomaly. Door. Behind
Hopefully
the red
not
door
a cafe.
that has cafe-like essence to it. Hijinks unfolds as many starlings sort of run around, play. There's a situation with many of them sort of eating the chess pieces versus actually playing with any of them. There seems to be a frog child running around. And it's to this point that I ask the players, what would you all like to do? Oh,
Glorp.
Elena. Elena. Work?
Sorry.
What's up?
I was just having a mic issue for a second.
Okay. So, you have taken some time to study Zermandian's guide. Recently in your downtime, last time you told me.
That exists.
Yes.
Okay. Studying the guide, you sort of notice that the runes and etchings of the front cover seem to have changed. And I need from you a skill check for over the duration to tell me how well you did on your research.
This occultism would be the best thing for this.
Occultism or Arcana?
They're about equal, so.
With the 25, you sort of parse what the runes mean. You're sort of having like this original struggle because it sort of like shifts originally and now it's finally stabilized. But it sort of translates roughly into
Cornelius is back.
distant hereafter.
What?
Welcome back, Cornelius.
We're missing somebody. It's not a full party.
I know. They'll be here soon.
Okay.
Oh, do you want to introduce yourself, Cornelius?
Cornelius is a frog. Also, Cornelius is disappointed that they didn't understand the instructions and was left with dressingless salad.
Upsetting.
Cornelius probably should have chose a dressing when Cornelius's mother told them to choose a dressing.
So.
What? Apparently it's Dork's birthday, so happy birthday, Dork.
It is my birthday.
Apparently,
Yeah.
as if it's alleged information.
It's alleged. Allegedly, it's Dork's birthday.
It's allegedly my birthday.
That's true.
From
Don't
what
know
they've
for
told us.
Yeah.
I need that birth certificate. Meow.
Exactly. Ugh.
Cool. We return to Elena Mortimer and her book, sort of nose stuck in the pages of Zermandian's Thresholds of Truth, sort of giving you information of your location currently. It sort of talks about nothing that something you've seen here before, but more about like the features and the options of different rooms that were previously visited here. And it seems that this sort of structure in question it edits or changes itself to a primary need, and like to which you're sort of familiar with through your experiences of living here for a very long time. You sort of have memories of several different rooms that are just now gone, entrances and doorways that have shifted entirely, and you've seemed that it has sort of donned this very simplistic form, though you're not very sure why it hasn't expanded or changed in recent times.
Suppose that makes sense to why it looks different. Elena says that she's kind of looking through the book.
Cornelius is lost. Where are we?
We're behind red door.
Oh?
I was waiting for Cornelius to be answered in character.
I said behind the red door.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I heard behind that dork. I'm like, well,
I did too.
I'm so lost.
Now Cornelius knows where Cornelius is.
It's good. I'm glad you know where you are now, Cornelius.
Cornelius takes naps and then just gets shut out somewhere. Don't understand what's going on.
Yeah. What would the party sort of like to do in the meantime? You guys, I think, have recovered in the morning from a long rest.
Oh yeah, did we do that?
Yeah.
Cornelius has full health.
Just in case.
Cornelius is
Frank, are
happy.
you still laying on the floor?
Is Frank cooking?
I don't know what Frank's doing.
Frank, are you making food?
I'm sleeping.
You still sleeping?
Yeah.
What about breakfast? Or is it lunch? Or is it dinner? I don't know what time it is.
I don't know. I'm sleeping.
Elena dropped me onto the floor. How could they?
What time is it?
I didn't even know I was carrying you.
Huh?
I didn't even know I was carrying you.
No, I put myself on your lap whilst you were reading.
Oh.
Got up, fucking flopped to the floor.
Cornelius would like
didn't
to request a door taco.
At least do
Anyways.
damage to you.
I don't think you should eat that.
I only have one.
The last door taco.
Yes,
Me, mom, mama, me, mom, mom,
I agree.
meow, me, mom.
Yes, yes, yeah.
Nuggies and chippies, please.
Okay. Let me just.
Dinosaur nuggies.
Winter's in here. It's Frank's job to do it now.
Oh, okay.
Why is Elena jump behind the bar? What is this?
Hurry up!
Am I not allowed to be back here?
There you go.
You're rolling for how tasty the food is?
I don't know.
No, it's just a cook. It's a cooking check. So it's.
So if you get a natural one, does that mean he burnt it?
Mhm.
Yes. Absolutely.
Yeah. Oh. There you go.
I would say that the like screwing up a cooking check pretty much just makes food either like food poisonous to like make your tummy upset or just annihilates it completely. I love the idea of like the unrealistic Sims like life of you just burning down your whole house from just fucking up a salad. Like
If
You
Frank is
unrealistic. Unrealistic.
cooking, he dies. That's simple.
yes,
That's-
Gilgum, you don't use a lighter to cook a salad.
Someone set fire to my fucking first year accommodation with this shit.
Mm.
What did
You'll
you
be
do?
crazy.
surprised with what uni students can do. Oh, I thought that you make salad in the skillet. No! How did you make it to university?
They were trying to make it Americanized by deep frying it.
There's some people that I don't know how they get to college.
I want to pick up the glow.
Meep.
Meep.
Rabbit.
I can't actually speak Starling yet. Fuck.
Rabbit.
Wait. I don't want to touch the child. I'm gonna pick up. I always forget his name. I feel so bad.
Lumen.
Yeah, I'm gonna take Lumen. I'm gonna carry him over to Elena.
Okay, you fucking psychopath.
Why?
Roll me acrobatics. Bitch, what the fuck is that? A 5 is an
An
18?
Yeah. Dexterity plus 4 plus strain
It's-
8.
It's slow, but you successfully mantle over
I mean, it's
potted.
slow.
You mantle over potted plants. You mantle over the top of a spice shelf, and you land on the floor without any issue, holding a starling in your arm, underneath your arm.
Yeah.
Hey, Gilgum.
I present the child.
Thank you.
No, only present, no take. Only present.
Oh, you just want to show him to me? Okay.
What are you doing back here?
Just there's some explosions yesterday, and I'm trying to see if there's any damage or anything that I
Is
didn't
it in
notice.
here?
I don't know.
I don't like that noise. It's the little glorpus. Remember when they tried to drown me in the infinite sea in there?
When you slammed into the door and got stuck to it, and I had to grab you.
Fun times. My family were there. They said that they love me.
I don't like that noise.
Sure. Hope your family would love you.
I'm gonna take me and Lumen over and then grab up my plate of nuggies. Frank, can I have more nuggies and chippies?
I'm just wondering.
As like a sharer size, please.
Okay, but I gotta make more.
Thank you. Where's Lumen? Lumen! Lumen!
The limit's all over here.
Oh, fucking, he is not. He is in my hands.
Oh.
19.
By the way, Fend, for your recap from today, you start with 2 hero points.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
Okay. I bring Lumen my plate of nuggies and chips and the
look at that.
sharer size of
Nice.
nuggie and chips down to the starling table.
Okay.
Bring Lumen back to me, please. Yippee. No, we're all eating together. Yippee! Speaking of eating, I'm gonna go grab my pie and garlic bread out of the oven.
Another sort of moment or two passes, Elena, as you're sort of looking over the house for damages, especially since the explosions were distant, but also like still passed through the house. It's about now, while getting close to this door, that Zerandian's guide starts to heat up and the runes on the surface start to change.
Feeling that she kind of looks down at it to see what's wrong with it, but also is like holding it like you would like a hot object, kind of shifting it a bit so that she doesn't drop it, but also not burn her hands.
Yeah. Can I get a skill check to translate the runes on the surface? Satisfied with a 15?
Not really. Better.
Yeah. Okay, that's a little bit better. With a total of 28, you sort of see the runes shift and in between each other, and it says the words threshold.
Threshold. What? Get it. Lena looks out into the area where the on Starling is and everything to see if she can see what it's referring to, or if it's just referring to where she's at.
You just see a starling in the far distance, just sort of careening out of control, like just sort of spinning in the distance. It's letting out like a very, very faint but also solid meep.
She leans forward a bit. She has like one hand on the door frame, one hand holding the book as she leans forward a little to look at the starling that's spitting.
The expanse past this door frame is immense. it sort of stretches on as like the night sky would, except that there is no earth. There's nothing underneath. It is just a continuous, nebulous, blue and hue shifting sort of space. And with its sort of erratic formation of itself in the distance, the starling seems to be just careening out of control.
Has Elena told anyone about the careening starling?
No, I just made the
Alright.
discovery.
Alright. It's a level 2 spell slot, but I could save it. How are the nuggies going down with the starlings?
You see that there's one greedy but fat starling that has partaken in a little bit more the gruel, or the nuggets than others.
Is Lumen enjoying their food?
Lumen seems to be reserved. Lumen has one or two and doesn't really force their way to the nuggies plate, making sure you eat.
I have my own plate, so I give Lumen one nuggie and a handful of fries of my own. Meep. Wait, Lumen doesn't like being pet. I was about to get my hand taken away.
Lumen seems to be sort of disinterested, but also is just sort of chilling there.
Good. I resume my nuggies.
I'm gonna use this mixed with telekinetic hand to try and stop the starling from spinning out of control if I can reach it.
Yeah, of course. You sort of reach out with your power. Let's see here.
So put it at 60.
Telekinetic hand, 60 feet. I would say that is just barely enough, especially with you going into the door frame. You sort of grab the starling out of the air, and you sort of have like it's sort of like a pudgy cat in your arm, like in your hand, your telekinetic hand.
She kind of brings it over towards the door frame so that it can get its balance back.
You see that the starling seems to be thankful and sort of meeps at you.
There we go.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Microphone fixed. It was dork.
Just halfway through their sentence. Dork's saying hello to the starling and they're like, stranger danger, tase her and run.
Okay, Dork.
Yippee.
Go ahead and test your microphone. Nice.
Wasn't that you?
I'm on my earbuds.
Oh,
Okay.
She have returned to us.
welcome back.
Welcome back, birthday gal.
Okay.
Anyway, what I was saying is she lets the starling through so that it can come into the house.
Mm-hmm. The starling is sort of comes into the house, and it's about now that you sort of notice that it has some sort of damage to it. You see that it's almost imperceptible due to their sort of a blobulous mass that they are. But there is very obviously like a rip open in like by their head.
She frowns a bit seeing this. What is going on? She asks, since this is the second starling that's come from this area that's had something going on with it. something going on out there? She says as she looks out into the expanse again.
Meep.
She gets a little closer, still holding onto the door frame as she leans forward a bit more, trying to see if she can spot anything out there.
Thank you, Gizzle, for the hero point. Draco, go ahead and add a hero point to your character sheet.
Already done.
No, it's not already done. It's Draco says thank you. Say thank you, Draco.
I said thank you to them already.
Okay. Oh goodness. There is a let's shift tones here, everybody. Allow me a moment to check on something. There is sort of another heavy explosion, explosion.exe, as it sort of this time radiates out and sort of shot waves into the door frame and almost knocks you over entirely, Elena, as the whole house starts to shake. The lights inside of the rooms start to flicker, as if like power was originally sort of pulsated for a second, and the dust settles as it's the entire sort of shelter that you've taken place in has been rocked by something.
Oh.
I kind of gasps in surprise. She puts both hands on the door frame to keep herself from fully falling through, but is kind of like teetering on the edge a bit as she goes to push herself back into a full feet planted on the ground instead of on her toes.
Yes.
I think I found where the noise is coming from, but what's causing it?
Everybody in the house feels this.
I'm gonna pick
Alana?
up, make sure
I mean,
Lehman is
Elena?
asleep.
Oh boy.
Yes,
Was that you?
I did not cause that, no.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what's causing it, though.
Maybe we can ask Winter.
Maybe, but I don't know where she's at right now.
Cornelius can find Winter. Maybe. Mr. Tecknomancer?
Yeah.
Is Cornelius allowed to find Winter?
The mental image of this particular action is as follows, and it is non-canon. But Cornelius's attempt to find Winter is met in my mind with just closing their eyes and stretching their arms out across the room and walking as wide as possible to see if they could catch anything feathery. You could try, Cornelius.
No, I'm asking for permission. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. And Cornelius can't find Winter.
I will try.
I'll head for
Open
Winter.
sesame.
Frank,
Where?
what exactly were you doing?
I'm trying
What,
to
are we
summon
using
Winter.
Arcana?
Cornelius will put on his disguise
work?
No.
Oh, well, I'm out of ideas.
Damn.
Did it feel like there was a
Being
centralized
spun!
location?
Being spun! I'm not being spun anymore.
Sorry, that was. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Finn.
Who? Go ahead.
You go
You,
ahead.
Glenn.
Oh, did it feel like the explosion was in a centralized location, or the entire place reverberated?
The entire
same.
place reverberated. It's not like identifiable just yet. I guess if like you were to hear it, it would be closer to the back of the kitchen. But like, it was such a like a shockwave that it sort of didn't have like an immediate directional. It was just very powerful. It sort of washed through you all and had like this immediate effect on like sort of like very temporary nausea or vertigo.
I think my
Tech
Oh, and
hasn't noticed.
cheeks.
I see
My-
Cornelius goofball.
I think my original assumption was wrong about what's going on. Elena says as she continues, just trying to see if she can see anything, even like a little speck of something happening.
What would you like to roll? Here you go, Cornelius. I updated your token.
Thank you.
Going to roll that.
What is the information you're trying to glean from this hereafter lore?
Just
I need a direction.
noticing anything off, like within the area that I'm looking into, or with the house itself. think
You
that-
wouldn't, with your hereafter
there.
lore, you're sort of like would know that this thing that you're looking at, this endless expanse, has nothing to do with the hereafter. It's from what your Reservandium's guide has told you, is simply a threshold.
So this is the threshold. Okay. Wonder what's beyond the threshold. If it is one, then trying to think of what to do with this that isn't just immediately jumping through the door.
No.
See how Cornelius's token is updated.
You don't see how it is updated. It says Cornelius with feathers.
I didn't see that.
Seems to be a congregation of starlings that are going around Cornelius's legs and looking up at them, going meep 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 meep, as if they some sort of pet parent has arrived home.
Cornelius will start meeping, but it just sounds like frogs. Because it does not know starling.
Amazing.
I didn't realize I already had them. I have winglets now. What the fuck?
With a 27, what are you looking for? What's your goal?
Biblically accurate Cornelius, what the fuck?
Leaning out of the door, she's a little closer to the edge than what is probably safe, using her hands to brace herself as she looks, trying to see anything else that's off, either any other starlings in the area or maybe something off with the door that's in there.
You see that the iron door is sort of the only other thing outside of the door that you're currently behind. It seems to be producing starlings that are either spinning out of control or starlings that are soaked, starlings that are charred. They just seems to be like anomalies that, because you know from your history that the starlings sort of go to and fro from this location whenever they'd like. And it's this sort of realm in space that they sort of float through, that they leave and come back. You know that you've seen several of them come from there. You've seen several of them go back. But now you see some that are just not great. You don't know if they've been shunted through the door. You don't know if it's tried to escape through the door. You just know that there is simply a threshold in front of you and something going on, possibly on the other side.
Elaine turns to Glenn. How far do you think you could throw me?
We throwing people at the door again?
Yes.
Oh, but when I did it, it was such a terrible idea. But now you.
There were
wanna
injured
do-
starlings coming out of it.
Oh, there I am.
Glenn?
Glorious.
Did you hear my question, or do you need
Yeah,
to
I
repeat?
got logged out, so I'm logging back in.
Cornelius is having a conversation with the starlings, by the way, while all this is happening. Neither of them can understand each other, but they're having a conversation.
You see that a lot of the starlings are like hanging on your legs, and like basically just getting underneath you, like your foot, and like trying to be as close and attached to you as possible.
Cornelius will pet them.
Make me a I would say just a make me a deception check. But it's less it's less of like trying to trick someone and more of like trying to maintain your disguise.
You know that I'm an expert in deception.
I know you're an expert in deception. I asked you to make a roll. There's a very comic image of Cornelius quickly stuffing feathers back into their shirt as the starlings who are so excited to see a familiar face sort of rock your disguise out of you. And some of them have like little feathers on top of their heads now. And they don't seem anywhere, you know, the wiser.
Cornelius also expert in intimidation.
Don't
No,
know.
Intimidate the starlings?
No, for what it is, Cornelius has all of the charisma. Whereas how non-charismatic he is.
Cornelius has a +10 to diplomacy, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways. Glenn,
Yes.
Elena's talking.
How far do you think you can throw me?
In case you can't hear, how far can you throw them?
Did you say Elena's talking?
Yes. And then I also repeated what they asked.
Oh. I still can't move my character. I was moving it, but sorry, I've been getting kicked off the. Thank you. Was that you?
It's me, Tech.
Okay. Okay, so that's. Wow, I missed a lot. What happened to Cornelius?
Cornelius is looks like Winter, but they're also very, very short. So it's a very feathery Cornelius disguised as Winter. And all of the starlings are like cats and dogs that are like seen their mother for the first time in a long time.
Oh, I thought. Well, that's not how you summon Winter, I assume. Elena?
Yes.
Just checking, make sure everything's fine.
How far can you throw me, Glenn?
Let me get. Well, you have a rope, right?
Yes, we both have rope.
Well, we can figure it out when I tie you up.
Excuse me?
Tie you up so, so I can pull you back.
Rope around my waist so that you can pull me back.
Yes, I'll tie it around my waist so, it's extra secure.
Okay.
Okay,
Lumen
well,
sort of shifts to look up and notices most of the starlings have left. And sort of goes up to excitedly to Cornelius and then goes beep. Sighs and walks past.
would that be enough?
Are you throwing Elena?
Yes.
You fucking chuck Elena through the door. Elena, do you have anything to slow your
Yes.
fall? You have like any gliders or anything to like sort of keep yourself afloat?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't think that's very much.
Elena, you have been thrown. Roll me athletics. Or acrobatics.
Let's see, which one am I better at? I'm better at athletics.
You okay with 16?
Well, I gotta be.
Right. You get yeeted into this starry expanse, and as you pass this threshold, the room opens up in an expansive way to where everything that seemed close together is now very far apart. And you go sailing, and you're keeping as much momentum forward as you can, but you end up stumbling and doubling over. You then fall 60 feet. Glenn?
So I know that she's trying to get to the door, right?
Yeah.
Can I pull to make sure she doesn't sail past the door? Or, like, pull her towards the door? Or, like,
Glenn,
pull to swing her towards it.
Glenn, you
Yes.
see that she has exceeded the distance of rope that you have and is currently falling. You need to stop yourself from falling through the door yourself.
Got it. Athletics again?
If yeah, this is a very hard DC because you have someone that is almost the same body weight as you. Oh God.
You could cut the rope.
No. Doing it again. Oh, that was worse.
You should have cut the rope. You should have cut the rope.
Ooh! Amazing.
Oh, amazing.
You should have cut the rope.
Glenn,
Yes.
Elena drops and is going at a pretty decent speed. And you feel this horrible tug of like rope being ripped out from underneath you. And you didn't notice that your foot was stepped in a loop. And before it gets up to your waist that you were ready for, it takes you out from underneath your feet, immediately throwing you through the door frame and sliding into
motherfucker.
the inky abyss. As you fall and tumble in space. Lumen immediately, let's get you out here. Lumen goes meep, 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 as sort of pointing towards everybody, and then runs in and then jumps.
Just cut the rope.
Oh, that ain't good.
The door is left wide open. You see in this starry expanse, this sort of massive blue exterior with a single iron door in the middle. Lumen trying to float their way into the middle of the room, as well as a Glenn and Elena falling into like darkness, just full black darkness.
Can my 10-foot pole be of use?
They are more than
We're
10
6
feet away.
feet.
Oh, if I had like 6 10-foot poles, I could really do something right now. Do I have anything that is to their level?
You sort of see them disappear into the darkness.
Oh.
They sort of blink out of sight.
Well,
It is then that another shockwave hits the entire building. Frank, roll me an athletics check.
no. Okay.
We're taking the party out with this one, boys.
The shockwave detonates, and it sounds like it comes from the door. The door sort of having this resonant explosion, almost as if like something sealed is having something explode in it, and it depressurizes very briefly, thundering the area around it in this sort of shockwave. Another starling slips through the door, smoking. You roll a 30 and you catch yourself before tumbling out as the entire building shifts left, then right, almost entirely throwing everybody and everything off of shelves. Cornelius, you almost trip and fall over. All of the starlings that are on you sort of you sort of like are glued to the ground right now. Gilgum, you go really far back into your chair and then almost slam your chest into the table.
My nuggies.
The feral frog child flies across the room and then flies back into the couch.
What was going on here? What was happening?
Just suddenly then, Frank, you see Elena Mortimer and Glenn Keelhall appear above you.
Oh, hey, they're back.
Miles or hundreds of feet above you, and you see them sort of falling at a very fast speed.
Oh, my 10-foot pole! It's come to use. I mean, how much weight can that 10-foot pole hold?
How strong are you? Can you stop something that is like 180 pounds to 280 pounds from, critical, like, speed?
No, I am a big guy with big hands and a big smile, so maybe.
Maybe.
I have like 20.4 L, I don't know what L is, of stuff on me, so.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You stick out your 10-foot pole, and it feels a lot shorter when you're going through the door, for some reason.
It's only 10 feet.
Glenn and Elena, below you is 2 door frames. One door frame is, you can see Frank holding out a pole, and the second one is a closed door with an iron front.
Is Lena closer to it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna softly kick her towards it.
I was gonna cut the rope and shove you towards Frank.
Oh.
That was gonna be my
Wow.
plan. That was my plan. Shove you towards Frank and give me the momentum to get to the other door.
Okay, if you think you can do it, I believe in you.
I'm going to certainly try.
All right. Roll me the skill checks necessary.
So, we're gonna first use my sickle to cut the rope. Do you want me to roll an attack for that?
No.
Okay.
The sickle
do that.
slides cleanly through the rope hemp and just immediately obliterates it, fraying it from you.
Athletics didn't do well for me last time, so I'm going to roll this. Damn. Only ahead of your point.
With a 15, you get to where the door is just below you.
Alright. And by doing that, Elena had basically grabbed onto Glenn, kind of hands on his shoulders, feet on his legs, and kind of shoves him, using the momentum from him to get above the door, pushing Glenn in the opposite direction towards Frank.
Glenn, you get shot off towards Frank's pull. You sort of see this opportunity to, like, maybe go for the door, or maybe even push off this to get closer to the other side. It's really up to you.
How?
Do you retreat, or are you trying to follow?
I'll follow.
Okay. Roll
I'm
me,
not gonna leave her alone.
roll me in acrobatics or athletics, please. With a 16, you try to kick off the door frame, but you almost catch your foot in the frame while you're falling, and you almost start to spin out of control. But before that happens, you right yourself and kick off the door frame, pushing yourself towards the center of the room. Elena, the door is hurtling towards you.
Okay. How do I slow down and grab the door without hurting myself? Let's see. I don't know if that would work. Where's my mouse? My thing. Okay. I want to try and use Gouging Claw to grip onto the door and hold on to it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You go off and you try to, like, hit your gouging claw onto the door to, like, run magical, like, sparking energy off of the door frame to just slow your descent, like some sort of badass Wolverine scene. And as you sort of push your momentum and your sort of, like, energy towards this spell, you make contact with the door. And it feels like it hurts like a son of a bitch. You feel like you just took 23 points of bludgeoning damage to the side of your chest. But that never makes real contact with your body. In fact, you kind of like make contact with the door, and then when you hit it, it feels like it like impacts the side of your like chest, and it hurts a lot. But when you make contact with it, you when you hit the door, you go through it.
And I kind of gas out in pain at the feeling, even though she wasn't actually hurt, as she kind of tumbles through the door. And when she kind of stops, she looks up and, well, she first gets her bearings after the pain that she felt and looks around at where she is.
You're still falling. Glenn is still
okay.
falling. The entire room, you look up, Frank is falling.
Oh no.
Cornelius is falling. Gilgum is falling.
Oh.
It seems that the floor has given out from underneath you all, and you all sort of end up in this large tumbling. All around you is an inky, blue, and nebulous expanse.
Want to see if the door is still there, or if there's anything around, or if we are just in an abyss.
You are in an abyss.
Oh no.
This abyss carries you all deeper. You notice on the book now, it is another shifting of runes. Are you happy with a 16?
I don't have a choice.
With your 16, you read the runes on the page, and it roughly translates to hereafter.
Lena looks at the runes, and kind of looks around. And based off the last few things that the book said, she makes a guess that the book is referring to where they're currently falling at.
You see below you. Nothing. You see below you shapes. With an 18 on your perception check, you see above you a nebulous cloud. You are falling. Around you is an endless starry expanse. Shifts from purples, shifts from blues. Yes?
I think you charged again on my card.
Swear to God, I didn't, but give me a second. I'll rectify it immediately. That might have been the second payment from never mind. We'll go through it after or on break.
I have to look. I'll look. Because it's saying something, but I'm not sure if I said, that's why I said I think.
Okay. We'll discuss this on break.
Yeah.
You see above you a nebulous expanse. It is blues, it is purples, it is shifting into a warm red and orange, and then into a deep black, and then into a deep purple, and then a blue. It is all around you, encompassing. It is also very far away. You are falling, and you see around you your compatriots, your friends. You see around you friends that are also falling.
Lena kind of reaches out, either one arm kind of in the direction to her friends to either try and grab onto them. The other one just is reaching out as if there would be something to grab onto, even though there's nothing really over there, just trying to find something to grab onto, to find purchase on something. Just to, even though it won't help with the fall, just to kind of at least maybe bring each other closer to figure out how to get out of this.
Okay. Elena is trying to pull off a maneuver to get you guys closer into the sky. All of you are sort of tumbling out of control because the floor end from underneath you has been sort of ripped away. How would you like to sort of work together on getting yourself closer together?
10-foot pole.
The 10-foot pole is reached out. There is a small gap in between.
Oh. What would that person do in Love, Death, and Robots? I have to throw something, but I'm not going to throw my pole. That's my beloved pole. What do I have?
Can I use telekinetic maneuver?
You could use your the telekinetic hand thing.
That too. Oh, what happened?
Oh.
Did I get kicked out again?
There's a black
No.
box.
Sorry, I'll fix it. Did not mean to drag you into a new scene.
Okay, where are we all in terms
You are-
of the door to the doorway?
Elena, can you explain?
We're not there anymore. Like, the doorway to the house is gone. The door that I tumbled through is gone. We're kind of in an abyss right now, just falling.
Oh, okay, because I was going to use the telekinetic maneuver to force push Elena onto me, which would push me onto Frank, which would push...
That is something you
Okay,
can
well,
do.
I guess I'll just use the... Oh, okay. Then I'll use the maneuver on Elena. On me. Towards me.
You rocket your way towards Elena. Elena, you see as your friend slams into the side of you.
Sorry!
Elena quickly kind of grabs onto him, just to hold on to something as he does, so that she doesn't go flying in the opposite direction after he hits her.
Can I still use telekinetic hand to pull the 10-foot pole that Frank has?
Yeah. Frank, you have your pole sort of pulled.
Yeah. Pole is pulled.
That's 3. We need to try and get the others.
Are any of her friends bulk 1 or less?
No.
Then I cannot use telekinetic.
But in this
protection.
situation, everything is sort of like flowy. There is very much a real push and pull to the whole room as if you were in space itself. It doesn't feel like you're being sucked anywhere. It feels like your momentum is just flying yourself forward.
Oh, then can I just use telekinetic projectile to like pull items they have that is attached to them, like let's say their pack or the necklace, maybe.
Yeah.
Then I'll just do that. I'm stupefied. Oh yeah, I'm still stupid.
What? How much stupefied did you have last?
I think I got 2.
Stupefied 2. Okay, you should be stupefied 1 then. Yeah.
Yeah.
You go out to cast telekinetic projectile, and like Doreen is trying to help you guide this sort of like kinetic energy, and as you both like try to force this thing, Doreen almost falls entirely out of you, and like Doreen is like holding your hand.
Wait, you mean Darrell?
Darrell, excuse me.
Yes.
I fucking hate.
Almost
Names
lost
are
my
all over the
ghost.
place. Yeah.
Does anyone have a fishing lure?
No.
Frank?
Nope.
Do Cornelius and Gilgum look like they're within 30 feet?
Yes.
Would it be possible to just push them with telekinetic hand, not necessarily grab them?
Yes.
Willing to try and push them with telekinetic hand over towards us?
Okay. Yeah, you sort of grab onto your friend, and they have they get pulled towards you. All of you are now within a bundle. All of you sort of climbing on top of each other. The wind is pushing past your faces.
All right, now that we're in a group, we need to try and figure out what to do from here.
Can you summon the red door?
I'm not sure if that would work, especially after so soon. I mean, I can certainly see, but it's probably on cooldown still. And even so, I don't know if it would be able to be summoned here.
What's the worst that could happen? I think the worst has already happened.
Elena looks to see if the amulet's on cooldown or not.
The amulet is on fire. It is only not hurting you because it is floating above you.
Oh, that's great. Well, looks like we can't use that. Okay, so there's nothing for us to grab onto. There's nothing out here besides us, it looks like.
Maybe if we just imagine ourselves back at where the couches are, back where my daughter is, maybe we'll just reappear.
Maybe we don't have many options.
It is then that I apologize. Thank you for filibustering for a little bit as I run through the background to set things up. It is now that you are sort of watching the world fly by you very, very quickly. It is now that the sort of tumbling feeling where you're end over end and spinning out of control sort of has this sort of chest feel of vertigo as you can now see below you structures appearing one after another. Rows and rows of organized structures. It looks like lines, hundreds and hundreds of lines with gaps in between them, like dashes on a paper.
Maybe we can grab onto those. Let's see if we can angle and manage to grab them.
I'll try.
You sort of swing your hand in front of you. The dash is getting closer and closer, and you're falling. Above you is a nebulous expanse. Below you, the ground is returning to you as quickly as you left it. Around you, there is a continuous blue and pulsating expanse, sort of cradling you. And then in the distance is a violent, burning, yellow star. This yellow star, piercing and all-seeing and angry and hot, and it looks through you. You feel naked in front of this. All of you, as you sort of see this image fly towards you of despair, of anguish. Your stomach hurts again as you all sort of see it try to reach out towards you. This huge, unending black mass with 7 fingers that look like the void itself is piercing through the fabric of reality, tearing as it gets inches and inches closer. Below you, the bars and dashes extend into what look like bookshelves. Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of rows and columns stretching out or next to the entire horizon, as far as you could possibly see. And then again, this hand reaching for you all, this burning 7-fingered black hole anomaly, as even the most beautiful of blues and yellows and oranges pulsate around it. It scars the landscape as it goes through you, and another explosion rings out as you see a nebula pulsate, fall back, and then impact the yellow star. Another shockwave rings out, and it all is too much for you as your ears start to ring. You see the hand, the piercing black hand, withdraw very slightly.
Lynn lets go of Glenn to kind of cover her ears at the noise as they continue to fall through. But she can't quite look away from the scene, seeing it happen. As watching as the 7 fingers recoil from being hit.
I just stare.
Yeah.
I pray to Gosray.
You feel a breeze. Feel a very loving and welcoming warmth going through you. It immediately grows cold.
Oh, no.
Around you, you feel a pulsating and angry hunger. And then again, a reaching. Followed by all of you hearing another shockwave ring out as the star, the yellow star in the distance, flickers. Another nebula crashes against it. Below you, the endless expanse of bookshelves gets closer and closer and faster and faster. And it's huge. It extends even further past the horizon than you can ever imagine, but it is getting fast. Below you is seconds away from impact. What do you do?
Have to have Featherfall.
Because I just gotta brace it.
I do not have Featherfall. I thought a scroll.
I have winglet.
Gilgum, do you use Winglet?
Yeah.
Gilgum immediately descending, not descending, but ascending, as if they've stretched out their wings and have gone into a glide. All of you see as they take off up, as they've slowed their descent. The bookshelves are getting closer. You could barely make out a very small pile of books getting closer and closer. As if there was sands, or dunes of sands, or mountains that were sort of washing their way through this area. But they weren't anything else but books and paper. Anything from an... Go ahead.
I was going to say, try and use telekinetic hand to possibly try and slow my descent, like, using it to, like, kind of hold myself up and then, like, slowly use it to stop the fall if possible, until it would obviously give out, but closer to the book pile.
There you see it.
Leapfrog. Is it possible to have Gilgum disappear?
Sorry?
Or do you want to take over him?
Gilgum?
I'm passing out, King.
Okay, you're good to go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. See,
You're fine. Bye. Have a good night.
Thank you for the thing. The library looks cool. I'm gonna bully Fend into telling me about it tomorrow.
Cool.
Cool.
Night.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, chat.
Go knock out. We'll see you soon. Cornelius, at this point, as you've been falling, your feathers have been exploding out of you. There's just fucking feathers everywhere.
Wait, Cornelius's disguise is unraveling?
Yeah, violently.
Okay, Cornelius has no...
Before you all make impact, immediately the world stops around you. You hear a very familiar meep from Lumen, as Lumen is holding up what feels like the world. As you just stop after falling for so long, the vertigo taking out and like giving you this horrible whiplash, you stop at the top of a hill of books, looking over this top of expanse of infinite shelves that go down, and you sort of, there is no roof. This image sort of betrays us, what we're looking at. But you're essentially on top of one of these bookshelves, on top of a hill, looking around you, and Lumen looks exhausted. Lumen had originally scaled in size and had beautiful, glowing, fractal orange eyes for a very brief amount of time before reverting into a very small version of themselves and just passing out on top of this bookshelf. You are now in a realm where above you is a terrifying star. Below you, you sit on books, and around you is an endless expanse of a library. What will the party like to do?
Elena moves over to Lumen, carefully picking him up after he basically saved them from crashing into the books. Thanks him and kind of puts him in the little pouch that she has for him so that he can rest after doing that.
Lumen, almost as if a very tired cat or a very limp dog, just sort of slumps immediately into the pocket without any response.
Frowns a bit, but for now, just lets him rest, hoping he just needs a bit of rest first before going to check on the others to see if they're okay.
How are the others doing? Glenn?
I try not to hyperventilate or vomit. And try to remember that whatever I felt, it's not what I could possibly think it is. Or whatever's fracking through my mind. That Gosray didn't leave me. That didn't happen. That was just being reassured for the minute that they could do that. That's all.
Glenn, you okay?
Huh? Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm alright.
You noticed that hand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Assuming we're on the same track on who it probably is.
What is this?
I'm not sure. The book said hereafter, so I think that's where we are.
You look at
This
the
is
book.
my fault. Yeah.
The book, its runes are freaking the fuck out. They say something across the entire page. That is incredibly difficult to make out. But you see, as the words sort of fractal into themselves, it says, hereafter, 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 after here, hereafter, after here, hereafter, after here.
I guess that confirms it then.
And then suddenly the book just gives up altogether. And it sort of, it doesn't pop or smoke or break. But the runes just, for now, lose their light. And this cold expression on the book, as where the runes would usually light up and move, are just stuck in this symbolism of hereafter that continues across the entire cover of the thing.
Seeing as it's not doing much for now, she kind of closes it and puts it in her bag for now. We'll check on it later to see if it changes before going to check on Frank and Cornelius to see if they're okay.
Moving across the book pile, which is books from the top of this pile down, as you hear the books sort of trail off several feet, at least 60 feet down, before impacting at the bottom. You crawl your way towards Gilgum, who's knocked out.
Kind of gently shakes him to see if he's okay or if he's just straight up out for the count.
You don't get any response.
It doesn't look like Gilgum's waking up.
Gilgum's
I'll-
eyes are open.
I'll take him.
His
Gilgum.
pupils and coloration of his eyes have come completely stark white.
I snap my fingers in front of his face to see if he reacts.
There is no reaction.
I'll do a medicine check.
Okay, roll me Renison. Impacting soon after is Cyril, crashing upon the books. With your 28,
Oh, fuck.
you see that their heart is still beating. They seem perfectly fine. They don't seem to have any wounds, scratches, cuts. Nothing that discerns that they're hurt in any shape, way, or form.
They're fine, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with them. Nothing I can see.
Okay, we should check on Cyril too.
Cyril's eyes
Oh,
are
yeah.
stark white. You kick more books down as you sort of scramble your way across this sort of large pile in the middle of between these bookshelves. Cyril, no response.
And it kind of crosses her arms in a way that's kind of like when you hug yourself, kind of gripping the sleeves of her jacket as she does. Gosh, this is my fault. I wanted to see what was happening so bad, and now we're here. Look at Miss Spiral are waking up, and Lumen's unconscious.
I think this would have happened regardless. That
If I hadn't tried to go to
explosion?
that door, this probably wouldn't have happened.
I think whatever the explosion and the stuff crashing towards Nimbeloff, I think it would have disintegrated the foundations of the train car that we were in, the red door. Especially since our deities are taking part in the fight against Nimbeloff. This might just be a consequence of it. I'm just saying it probably would have happened regardless.
It didn't happen until I went through the door, though.
There's such a thing as coincidence.
That's a pretty big coincidence.
We've gone through the door before.
No, Gilgum was stuck to the outside of it. Gilgum didn't go through it.
Oh, I thought you went inside.
No, we've never gone through the door.
Pretty here. We might as well. Bless our luck that we're still alive, mostly, and figure out a way out.
Mm-hmm. Think for now some should stay here with Gogum and Cyril, as I don't think we can move both of them. I'm going to try and see if I can find anything.
I mean, I think I can pick up Cyril, but if we need to fight, I might have to drop them.
If you're sure, but it's both Cyril and Gilgum, we would have to move, and then haven't heard from Cornelius or Frank, so...
Where are they? They dropped with us, right?
Yeah, they were there with us.
Oh.
Cornelius is sort of sitting at the end.
Cornelius is here. What's up?
Are you alright?
Cornelius not feeling the greatest, so Cornelius got water. Got super motion sick from falling all that way.
Where did you find that water?
In the water skin?
Ah. Is Frank okay?
Frank?
Frank, are you alright?
I don't
I
think
guess-
it was so good.
Maybe it is best for some to just stay here for now, to rest.
Oh.
Frank,
Yeah.
Frank.
Yeah.
you sort of feel vibrations as your face is pushed in between the pages of these books on this hill in the middle of these rows of libraries. It was almost as if an impact had knocked several books off shelves, leading to this massive pile-up. And even then, the bookshelves seemed to be stocked full. You feel a vibration. Hey, Cornelius?
Mhm.
I have this mental image of you, drinking from a water skin, but
Mhm.
because you have one less hand, you've used the rapier to just pierce through the entire water skin and have just been drinking from the sword. I don't, it's fine. Moving on from that, you sort of, everybody then feels this vibration go out. It feels like it's like not the vibrations or the explosions from above, because you could sort of feel those sort of push over you, but a lot, they're very muted. It's almost as if wind is being generated and you're feeling a breeze from above. But this feels like vibrations from below, like as if it's deliberate and continuous.
I'm going to go check it out, Elena says as she moves to head down the pile that they're on.
Anybody would like to make a perception check?
I would.
Neato. With your perception check of a 20, you see over the, like, oh, barely over the top of these bookshelves, searchlights.
Glenn, do you see that? And Elena kind of points towards the searchlights.
I don't need a perception check for that, right?
Not when somebody points it out to you.
Oh, okay. Yes. I normally would have said no to mess with you, but I don't think now's the time.
Now is not the time to mess with me.
Yeah.
I wonder what it's looking for.
The vibrations and the spotlights move deliberately, as if each one of them is a footfall that carries itself. Heavy, heavy footfalls. And as you sort of look at these bookshelves are very, very tall. There could be anything in between. Any one. Footfalls shake this pile of books as some of the books at the top of this pile come free and clatter at the bottom. You look down, there is 60 feet below you of space, sort of like a slide on this hill made of books. The searchlights, two large, round searchlights, scan over the top of the bookshelves, looking over the horizon. And get further away.
Looks like they're moving away from us, at least. I'm gonna go out and see if I can find a way out of here.
Do you walk across the top of the bookshelves, or do you go to the bottom of the hill?
I'll try to go across the top of the bookshelves.
Which is easy, since you're already up so high. You sort of scoot your butt down just a little bit, and you catch yourself by standing up quickly at the edge of one of these bookshelves. And you sort of see this horizon of rows and rows and rows of these structures. And you also see a few piles of books that stack above those, sort of pushing their cell way out, making little hills and valleys. You also see church lights, dozens of them, across this endless horizon. You hear this large reverberation, crashing of footfalls, and this sort of large, deliberate step by step as they seem to be looking for something.
I want to see if I can spot anything else other than the searchlights, like possibly what they could be looking for.
With your perception check, you sort of try to stare off into the distance, maybe capture an image of one of these creatures. But the darkness outside of their spotlights seems to obfuscate them entirely. There is just two large spotlights and heavy footfalls. But you notice as you sort of look down, your hair is standing up on its end. This room, this area that you're in, this realm, it feels electric.
Lena looks at where her hair is kind of standing up before looking around again, before looking to the party. I'm going to explore further out and see if I can find anything.
Do you want me to come with you?
It's up to you, but I think some should stay with Cyril and Gilgum, and Frank doesn't seem to be doing great either.
Okay, I'll stay. Just if anything happens, scream or run.
I'll find a way. They'll find a way to get back.
Okay.
Lena is going to start moving from the bookshelf that she's currently on to different ones to see what she can find.
Give me an acrobatics, please. This is just to maintain balance.
Okay.
It's sort of nerve-wracking being surrounded by just pitfalls. That's more than enough to sort of keep your balance.
Okay.
This is not a very difficult test. However, that might change if you're chased.
Oh.
But for now, that's where we'll go on break. We'll be returned soon with the mysteries that our players are currently experiencing. Let us see how they go about solving this mystery. And for now, maybe you should pop some popcorn, go to the bathroom, grab a drink of water. We'll be right back with more Pathfinder. Welcome back, everybody, to another continuation of Pathfinder HomeTeam, where we continue where we last left off with HomeTeam and their escapades somewhere. Where are you?
I'm here.
After.
Lane is currently on top of bookshelves, moving around, moving towards one of the spotlights or searchlights.
Do I still have eyes on Elena?
Yes.
Okay, so at least I know where she's heading.
For now.
Yeah.
Elena, walking across the top of these bookshelves, almost stumbles and falls over, but rights themselves and continues. It's just then that Frank's body goes limp entirely. They start
Frank?
sliding down the hill.
I go to grab him.
You grab him. Books tumble to the end of the crashing 60 feet below you.
I lower him gently to where the other unconscious people are.
He's heavy, and it takes a minute. You slide him up. He rests now at the apex of the hill.
I yell out, but not that loud. Like in a way, like a controlled yell, so at least I know that Elena could hear, just in case. Like, Elena?
Elena kind of stops what Elena stops what she's doing and looks around and looks back towards where the group is.
Frank is also down.
Elena decides to head back to check to see if Frank's okay.
You head back. You sort of see Frank laying there.
Does he have the same eyes? Like healthy vitals, but same eyes, like everyone, like the other two?
Same discarded look.
He's like Gilgum and Cyril.
Gosh. It seems like it's spreading. I don't know.
Can I make a religion check to see if I can even speak to Gosray?
Yeah.
Let me know what kind of blight is happening. Okay.
You could try to pray. With your religion check of 22, you feel the warmth breeze past you, but its like warmth is diminished almost entirely. It is there, but barely.
Okay. I'll take that as a good sign. Maybe. Why not? I'll just believe. Elena, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if we're gonna be affected too.
This is... Gosh. If this is going to continue happening to us, then maybe it's not a good idea to go off alone.
stare. How lit up is everything in our surrounding?
An ambient sort of candlelight faintly sort of glows, but it's ephemeral. It's barely enough light to see at least 30 feet in front of you. Even
If I were
dark
to
vision
use-
doesn't really go that far either.
If I were to use light, would that... Oh god, I failed. Never mind.
You snap your fingers and it sparks and fades. Cantrips could be used multiple times. Forever, essentially.
Then do it again. Oh, no, ignore that.
You succeeded. It's just
Okay,
a spell effect, so you succeeded. Roll again.
Okay,
The light bursts into life in front of you.
and does it brighten up the things that were normally dull, or no?
Yes, around you, you have your vision. It seems to darken
Okay,
on its edges, though. Almost like an oppressive darkness.
I figured maybe, so we don't get lost, I could just leave the light here, where the others are, while we're exploring.
That's a good idea. So we can find our way back.
Okay. Then I'll explore with you, so you're not alone.
Okay. I was equipping my Everlight crystal thing. We should start going so we can get back as soon as possible with whatever information we find.
Yeah. Cornelius, are you coming?
Coming. Cornelius will follow. Cornelius
Okay.
is on the floor right now. Well, not, but you know. Cornelius.
Then we should get going.
Yeah.
So we start to head off across the bookshelves.
Everybody
Towards
roll
the
me in
light.
acrobatics.
Oh, Cornelius is good at acrobatics.
As you
Cornelius.
all start walking across
Cornelius will.
the...
Nope.
I fall face first off the bookshelf.
Can I use athletics?
Can
Yes.
Cornelius see if they can grab Elena or no?
Yes, of course. Both of you can.
What do I have? What do I have to roll?
Roll me another athletics check. That beats out her
Ele-
failure. Athletics. You both immediately see Elena take a step and her foot just immediately slide off the edge, and she tumbles. She folds in on herself. She folds in a way to where her foot goes out from underneath her. Her chest goes down and smacks into the corner of it, and then she sort of teeters off. And before she disappears, both of you grab onto her, one onto the back of her shirt and the other one onto her arm before it disappears over the edge. And you both have a moment of oh.
Oh, that was close. The edge was closer than I thought it was.
It's a little spooky.
As you kick your feet to try to gain yourself back up onto the bookshelf, you kick another book out from its place in the library shelves and it tumbles, smacking onto the floor.
Lena gets her footing, standing back up with the help of her friends, taking a step away from the edge that she just almost fell off of. That could have ended worse.
Well, you know, you're here.
I didn't follow.
Safe-ish. Yeah. Okay, so you're trying to go to that light, right?
Mhm.
Okay, let's check it out.
Can as a side note, can every single one of you roll me 3d20s?
I don't know how to do that, but sure.
When you're looking at the little message box where you could type, there's pictures of dice. Click the d20 3 times and then click roll.
There's 1, 2, 3.
3.
Thank you. You can continue.
Okay. I wonder what kind of books are held on here with such high bookshelves. I wonder how many books are here.
Repeat that. Everything went deaf for me.
Said with how high these bookshelves are, I wonder how many books are here and what types of books they are.
Can I just like crouch and pull one out?
Of course.
Okay, I crouch and I pull one out.
You pull out a smaller book.
What does the cover say?
It says a name.
Not 50 Shades of Grey this time.
Can I comprehend it?
I doubt there's ghoul erotica in here.
It says a name in a language you don't understand.
I flip through the entire book. Nothing I can comprehend. Just words.
You open
You
the
just can
book.
tell it's a name.
You watch Glenn hit the ground.
Oh,
Oh God.
Glenn!
Oh, no.
Elena runs over and kneels down next to him. Glenn, are you alright?
Glenn, the open book rests on your chest. You experience darkness. Echoing darkness. You are suspended. Light eventually pulls itself back. You see yourself floating. Something.
Oh, no.
And then you blink and you are in a uniform. You were wearing a blue and gray uniform. You look over to your best friend and you watch them evaporate into nothing. You blink. You see a terrifying, unending, oppressive yellow star. And you wake up.
I grab the book and I try to throw it. I'm like, no.
Glenn, are you alright?
I close it and I just like, don't read the books. Don't read the books.
What was in it?
Cornelius will not read books.
Oh, I thought I died. I thought I was someone, or I died and then I was someone. This is someone's life. What? This meant. I think this is somebody's life. I think I experienced someone's life for just a moment. But it ended with Nimbleoff. Maybe.
That can't be good. I wonder if all the books are like that.
Nimbleoff's victims.
No, just... I guess... memories of sorts?
Maybe. some people do pose that the afterlife could be a library where each person's entire life is in a book or something like that.
Oh gosh, did I get us killed?
No, we. Actually, I don't know.
You hear
Wouldn't
Oh,
we be
stomping
got
getting
myself.
closer.
Oh god.
You hear a shrill droning. You can hear it on Discord. But it's this sort of echoing, droning sort of noise you could usually hear from like a foghorn or something that is entirely inhuman. And it's resonant and it's deep and bassy. And you see a pair of searchlights sort of almost peek across your horizon.
Doesn't look right, or I mean, sound right.
With your perception check of 26, you can tell those footsteps are getting closer to you.
It's coming our way.
That's no good.
Let's start going.
Yeah.
Cornelius will follow.
Ooh. Boom. Another step falls. Do you go quickly?
Cornelius will run,
Yes.
but also stay with the group.
Roll me athletics or acrobatics to deftly run across the top of these bookshelves.
1 second. Ooh. Cornelius. We'll need to find.
You guys easily glide over the top of these bookshelves. There seems to be a deviation in sort of like the style that these bookshelves are arranged. There seems to be, most of them are very close together, so where you could jump left or right, forward or back, left or right, from bookshelf to bookshelf, especially if you're just following along one. But there seems to be a large section in between, like a row that is just, it has a large separation before the next stack of bookshelves continue on, almost like a massive gap. And you are all sort of moving
Tech,
towards
can you play for me for a second? My mom needs me.
Of course.
Once at a certain different distance away from it, far enough to not be in the light, Elena kind of stops to try and see if she can get a look at what the lights may be attached to.
Cornelius falls over.
Oh no.
I pick him up. I'm like, okay, I can't. He's light. We can't leave him.
Robotically, Cornelius stands up like a marionette.
No. Cornelius?
Doesn't look right. Cornelius?
Cornelius, can you walk ahead?
Cornelius walks stiffly ahead.
Oh, okay. This is new.
This...
How are Cornelius? How are his eyes?
His eyes are not white.
Maybe it's just a
Roll me a perception
Cornelius
check.
thing.
almost a 19.
Question mark.
You accidentally clicked private.
Oh,
Yeah.
how do I unprivate it?
The blue things, just go to the D20. Like where the text box is. Move that over to D20 or public roll. You see it?
Yeah.
It's on a... Okay, cool. Oh, with your... Here, I could actually reveal this, I think. There you go.
Oh, okay.
With your
nice.
perception check of 26, go ahead and roll me another perception just to make sure it's not bugged.
Okay.
This doesn't count. I'm deleting it immediately.
Got it. Okay.
Well, it's working. With your perception check of a 26, Glenn is the only one that notices that deep within the pupils is sort of Cornelius's eyes and retinas are sort of like dilated, and behind it, like as if behind the eyes, there is a faint sort of static or glitch.
Okay. I think it's good for now.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I mean, he's following orders. Maybe he's in frog mode right now, but he's not changing because of where we are.
I don't know. He's moving weirdly.
If he comes to problem, I'll just pick him up. But let's keep going.
Okay. Before they get moving again, Elena does look towards where the searchlight was coming towards them to see if she can see anything attached to it. Like, or if, like, see, like, what the lights may be coming from.
You're moving away from it. You cannot see with your 19 what this thing is. But it seems to be tall. It seems to be able to look over the bookshelves. It seems to have a large body to it. It is the footfalls of giants, you would surmise. Something big. Something looking for something.
After a second of trying to see what it is, Elena turns forward again and continues with Glenn and Cornelius.
Cornelius seems to have some difficulty getting from bookshelf to bookshelf, but is still doing so. You guys sort of make your way 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 14 minutes, moving.
Hello?
Cornelius snaps back to attention.
Yeah, Cornelius is back. Cornelius got cheesecake.
Cornelius, are you alright?
Cornelius thinks Cornelius is okay.
Oh, okay.
Cornelius, jump up and down 3 times. Okay, he's back. Welcome back, Cornelius.
Hello, it is me, Cornelius.
I want to see what those searchlights are.
Roll me a perception check.
I don't know.
You're gonna end up getting really close to one, but you sort of scoot yourself off to the side, and you bring yourself to the edge of one of these sheer drop-offs, which it has a large gap in between the bookshelves. You see a massive row, sort of like gap between everything that extends into the horizon. And you sort of see one in the distance. It's sort of walking towards your general direction, but not at you. And it's lumbering. It's large. It has very large, two white, searchlight-like eyes. It has a very large and almost impossible to perceive black body. It is like a golem. His motions are trained. They are hunting. Its motion is that of something with purpose. Something programmed.
Super loud.
What's up? Cornelius? Winter? Okay. Moving on. Elena?
Elena turns back to the others. We should keep moving.
As you say that, you see the structure, this golem-like creature, stops and cranes its neck in your direction. The searchlights go a different shade. It turns a deep orange red.
Elena pauses as the light washes over them and slowly looks towards where the light's coming from, freezing up a bit, seeing the things looking at them.
Footfalls accelerated, heavy. Goom, 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 goom. Bookshelves rattle, books slide off and fall.
Elena takes a hesitant step back before looking over to Glenn and Cornelius. We need to run. Like, now.
I start running. I start booking.
The crashing of footfalls behind you as you run into a sprint. Roll me athletics checks. Or acrobatics.
Got it.
Cornelius is supposed to do what besides run?
Athletics
roll
or acrobatics?
Oh, wrong one.
All of you break out into a sprint at these red search-like eyes are starting to gain up to you. This horrifying droning noise sort of echoes, and it passes through and into you, shaking you. Your ears feel like they are being pressured, as if not the sound is loud, but the wave of energy from the the shouting of the creature sort of like pummels your eardrums. You don't bleed, you don't get hurt, but you feel as if like a wave of pressure has hit you. And as the searchlights immediately start disappearing behind you due to your incredible speed to take off down the top of each of these bookshelves, jumping from bookshelf to bookshelf, moving and going away from the rows in order to avoid this golem-like skyscraper creature who could reach over to you all, it vanishes. You all take a pause from running, assuming you are safe.
Lance kind of is panting a bit from running, looking around, though not seeing anything. She looks to see if the other two are all right, and there.
What roll can I make to identify what we just saw?
What would you like to use? Your
You know what? I'll make an Arcana.
nature, your arcana, your history.
Yeah, our Arcana. History.
Sorry, history
think I have
doesn't
that.
exist. History would be society.
Oh.
With your 24, you've never seen anything like this. However, you sort of you have definitely seen something like this. In an essence, like its behavior makes sense because you've encountered texts or have seen golems before, where they are like sort of programmed to do tasks. You've seen wheat threshing golems, where they just simply move from side to side, and then the farmers put wheat in it to thresh it. And like this seems a little bit more complex than any golem you've seen before. This seems to be able to not only seek but also to hunt, and this sort of goes to say that maybe this is some sort of advanced wizard's tower or some sort of it's sort of ringing the bells of like there's some advanced magic shit you don't understand going on here, and you're not sure if it's like directly linked to like an arcanic nothing. It makes sense what it's doing, but you've never seen that thing before.
Okay, Elena, that light, it detected us,
It's what it looked like.
and it brought this librarian golem.
I think the light was coming from it.
Mhm.
I think we just need to avoid the lights.
Yeah.
No
I think
lights?
that's a good idea. The
Their lights,
Sorry.
at least.
Okay.
yeah. We should keep an eye out to make sure that we stay out of those lights.
Yes.
'Cause I don't think we want to find out what happens if one of those catches us.
Maybe it knows we don't belong here and takes us back home.
Looking on the bright side.
Yeah, well, yeah, I have to.
Cornelius is spooked.
Thank you, Cornelius.
You're welcome.
Cornelius, I want you to know that you were a joy to have around. Anyway,
Okay, do the lights move in a pattern, or do they just stand still? Or
I think they're just kind of
it's just some type of pattern?
around looking. I don't think there's a specific pattern they're following, but they're definitely not staying still.
If we stick around somewhere that might seem safe, you think we could look to see if there's a pattern or not?
I mean, I suppose we could see, but I can't imagine there's necessarily a pattern to their movements besides really just searching the area.
Everybody roll me fortitude save.
Oh dear.
They are.
All right, guys. With the fortitude saves of a 14, 31, and 29, Elena is the only one that feels this effect. Elena,
Mm-hmm.
you're hungry.
Oh. Uh, uh, are you guys hungry at all?
Oh, actually, I think I have some leftover knoll fried rice somewhere in my pocket.
Knolled fried rice.
Yeah, I
Oh.
ate all the kobold one.
Hmm.
No.
I didn't know a knoll fried rice.
You saw me do it.
Yeah.
You want some? I fish it out of my pocket and I just like pull it out towards you.
It is a
Hmm.
real
Just-
ration piece that isn't poisoned or disgusting. It's properly put away.
Cornelius is
I was
okay.
about to ask if it was just rice shoved in his pocket.
Look, you can have the knoll fried rice, which has hair on it, or this ration piece that's properly packaged.
I'll take
Cornelius
the
is okay.
ration piece.
Okay, live non-adventurously. Go ahead.
I don't want to eat hair.
You just, you know, your body ignores it.
No.
Well, mine does.
I've never been able to ignore hair in my food.
Well, you know, when you're surrounded by it, you learn to live with it.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. And Elena takes the ration piece, opening it, and starts to eat it.
Terrifying thought, sort of, as you bite down on the ration, sort of crosses your mind. How long will you be in here?
Elena kind of pauses as she takes a bite, as she starts to think, and slowly through that, her thoughts start kind of spiraling into, what if we can't find a way out? What if we're stuck here? What if I get all of us killed because I was too curious to figure out what was going on and got us stuck here?
I will just keep healing all of you until we get out, if anything happens.
Says Glenn randomly.
You can hear my thoughts.
Of course I can.
I didn't know that was
No.
something you. As she slowly eats, she's just kind of in thought, thinking about these things. Just slowly spiraling. Her eyes kind of have like a distant look to them as she goes deeper into thought.
Can I perceive this?
Easily. Easily.
Okay, I go up to Elena and I just like put my hand on her shoulder.
She kind of blinks a bit and looks up at him. Oh, sorry, I guess I got lost in thought there.
It's
Probably
okay.
keep going, find a way out of here.
How are you feeling?
I'll be fine. We just need to find a way out of here, and I'll be fine.
Okay.
Elena finishes the ration and prepares to continue on.
You all travel across the bookshelves. You all start moving, looking around for any sign of escape. A door, a hole, a crevice, something, anything different, anything new from the unending copies upon copies of rows of bookshelves. You travel for an hour, then 2. Then 3. You have gotten very far away from your friends, to where their light is dimmed entirely behind you into nothing.
There has to be something else. It can't just be a never-ending library.
Cornelius thinks that this is some sort of trick. Don't know what kind of trick, but it smells pretty tricky.
Maybe we should keep reading the books. It might have felt like I died, but maybe I didn't actually die.
Are you sure?
Not really. Should we go back to where the others are?
I think for now that may be best, and just to be safe so that we don't fully lose track of them.
Yeah, true.
Where is
Okay,
that?
let's... I looked to where I left the light.
It is gone.
No.
Hmm.
Oh gosh, and everything looks the same, so
Oh,
we can't.
Recall knowledge. That's what the thing is called, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which role is that? Survival?
Oh, recall knowledge is a skill check for anything. So, like, you recall knowledge using Arcana, religion.
The light is a magic spell, so that would be Arcana. So I'll recall knowledge to where I last put it and triangulate my position from there.
I would say
Yeah.
tracking
No.
would probably be survival for familiarity of your surroundings. You could still use Arcana, but it won't be as effective as possibly survival would be.
Can Cornelius look around for clues?
Of course Cornelius could look around for clues.
It's level 18.
What do I roll?
Perception. Or if you'd like to use one of your skills, feel free. Any skill could be possibly applicable, just to varying degrees of success. You roll survival. You sort of... Lynn has no idea where the fuck he is. Completely turned around. So, Cornelius,
Yes.
you roll survival, and the first couple of things that you track when you're doing survival is, well, the ability to survive. You think of your basic necessities, just as you always have. Thirst, hunger, shelter. And then you hear it. A faint dripping.
A drip.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do I know what direction it's coming from?
Yes.
Can Cornelius tell the rest of the party?
At your leisure. It's your information. that I've given.
Cornelius hears dripping.
Dripping?
Where do you hear
Dripping.
dripping from?
In that direction. And I point.
And it sort of points into the endless expanse of libraries. Shelves.
Cornelius knows water when Cornelius hears water.
Okay.
I believe you, Cornelius.
We need water anyway, at some point.
And so you travel through Cornelius's guide. Cornelius, you know that it's... You start following this sort of sensation of hunting down where the source of water would be. You're very good at locating bodies of water. And then you see it.
The water?
You see off in the horizon candles start to permeate the ground. Candles seem to be on bookshelves. Candles seem to be on top of bookshelves, in between books. But it seems to be a dripping of wax from melting candles, hundreds of them. They seem to be slowly pooling in streams and little tiny
so much
itty bitty
wax.
rivers.
Much wax.
This
A
sort of.
lot.
Go ahead.
I just said that's a lot of candles.
Cornelius would like to taste the wax.
It tastes. You immediately surrender your tongue to the dripping wax of a candle. It's warm. Sort of flavorless, sort of gummy. And then also it dries and brittles upon your tongue. And now it's sort of rubbery, chalky, and it sort of tastes awful.
This isn't one of those tasty wax pieces.
They're candles, Cornelius.
They're tasty.
The candles seem to be dripping white wax, but as the darkness sort of abates and you get up to a pile of it, it seems to darken into a black.
A black? What?
Just black wax.
Can Cornelius see what the black wax is?
Yeah, of course. Roll me a perception check.
Here's my perception.
With a 19, you see where the wax is. It seems to be very dark and hard to see, almost blending in with the blackened flooring. But you sort of notice less about what it is, because wax is just wax, and where it is going.
Okay. Where is it
You
going?
see the wax not sort of flowing towards anything. You see it flowing not like a pool or a river that flows to a center of mass. You see it spreading out, like as if the wax itself, the black inky mass, is going to the candles. As if
The
like
wax going to the candles. That makes
as if
no sense.
A river flowing in reverse.
Why is the wax going to the candles? It makes no sense. I say this out loud.
What?
Yeah, look. And then I point and outline it for Fend.
Yeah, from being pointed out, you could see it, but looking at it previously, you barely even noticed that the floor is moving towards these candles.
What?
That's
in the
weird.
world?
I don't know how this could be happening.
Cornelius doesn't know either. That's why I'm asking.
You've heard of spells that sort of restore things in a different way. However, mending, is pretty limited to a very small spot and definitely doesn't work on candles, but maybe there's some sort of... No. It's immense. If this was magic, in any way, shape, or form, it is a powerful magic. And not because it is something that is, explosive or crazy, but just from the sheer density and size of the inky black wax. And how much there is to be able to move how much of that.
I've never seen a spell that does something like this.
Cornelius has no idea what's going on. I'm just telling you what I see.
I'm not quite sure either, but seems to be some form of powerful magic, though.
Cornelius does not understand.
Though Cornelius does know that the wax is coming from a certain direction. Though it is moving towards the candles, it is all flowing from somewhere.
I'm gonna look at the direction that it's flowing from.
It seems to be permeating mostly from the deep, sort of wide shelving gaps and sort of veins stretching out from that large section way into the alleyways and into these candles.
Maybe we should go to where the black wax is flowing from.
Oh. Yeah, I was gonna do something stupid. That's a better idea.
What were you going to do?
I was just gonna put my entire hand on the melted wax and feel the flow.
It's probably not a good idea.
Yeah.
Because at most, at least, you would then have it coated in your fur, and I doubt that.
Oh, right. Fur, I just talked about having fur.
Yeah. Did you forget you had fur?
No. Just sometimes you forget
I guess
about
when you
fur
live with
because
it,
it's always with you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, we should see where the wax leads.
Mm-hmm.
See if
Yeah,
there's
You start-
anything-
You start traveling towards the wax fizz. Finally, some sort of sense of direction in these sort of directionless, endless copies. And as you move forward, the wax, it sort of has more candles, more sort of dents in how many there are, and it brightens the area around you. You could see pretty far from this location. And to that end, you start to see what is sort of a massive separation of the bookshelves. It's sort of black and white from this distance, but it is glowing, and it's basically like as if a large circular clearing was made for the bookshelves that are just sort of there. Just as if it parted all like the ways and just sort of the gap widens into like a massive circle from a distance, you could tell. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time describing that. Like, as if this was a road and you stumbled across a roundabout.
Oh, crossroads.
You move closer to it.
Roundabout.
You hear nearby.
Oh no, that's not good.
Is the light visible? Or from whatever that thing they were
Yes.
hearing is?
Yeah, you sort of see it.
What direction?
It's ahead of you, but to the left.
Does it seem like it's coming towards us?
The eyes are white.
It hasn't seen us yet.
I think maybe we should use a little bit of stealth.
Yeah.
Okay, roll me stealth checks. Okay. Okay, roll me stealth checks.
Where's my...
Let's
Can't
not talk
find
about
myself.
Cornelius.
I can't find myself.
But
There's
Cornelius,
myself.
as I talk about you, what would you like to do that accidentally generates a lot of noise? Or say?
Cornelius will now go stealthy.
You knock over an entire bookshelf.
Oh, why do I knock over? I was just gonna say it very loudly.
Oh.
Cornelius will now be stealthy.
I cover my ears because of how loud that was.
Yes. You gotta be quiet.
Oh,
Cornelius, what was that?
that's stealth time.
Be stealthy.
Quiet. I shove my Knoll fried rice on his mouth. Just get him to stop talking.
There is a moment of tension as everybody sort of immediately looks over to their left, and you see the golem freeze. And then you see the searchlights start to turn towards you. You have a moment
Cornelius
to
is
act.
gonna whisper. Cornelius is gonna whisper. That was a bad idea.
Is there a bookshelf we can hide behind?
There is, if you go down, you could go between the bookshelves.
Yeah.
Let's go down.
Okay.
You all immediately drop down. Boom. It is a very long fall.
Damn.
I would say you're pretty high up. How would you like to just sort of leap, like hang over the edge, or go all the way down, or climb down?
Oh, okay. So when I heard between the bookshelves, I thought you meant like we would go inside a shelf in between the books.
You're standing on top of the bookshelf.
Yeah.
You could try to go in between where the books are.
Yeah, so we don't have to actually drop. We just like, go to one of the shelves.
Okay. Well, you find a shelf filled with books.
I throw the books out.
The books plummet 60 feet down, climbing into the floor.
Right, that wasn't too smart. No, was it? Fuck.
Just make more noise.
Sorry, Lane, I'm panicking.
I think we all are.
Cornelius, make no more noise.
You hear footfalls from behind you get closer.
Cornelius is spooked. Please save Cornelius.
I'm gonna run from the opposite side of where the footfall is going and just hang from the bookshelf.
Okay. Roll me athletics and stealth.
Is there a pile of books nearby? Like one of the hills nearby?
There's one you could run to, probably pretty far up, but not right here.
I'm just gonna do what Glenn's basically doing then.
Oh, that's 17.
Same. Cornelius
Glenn-
will copy.
No, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try again.
Try again. Oh, with a hero point?
Yes.
Okay. You sort of hit a decent amount of distance away, and then you jump down and you hide yourself just behind, just sort of hanging off the edge, followed by Elena, who runs to a separate section
Oh wait,
of these
what?
books.
I don't remember what Cornelius was supposed to roll.
Athletics
Athletics and-
for getting from bookshelf to bookshelf quickly, and then hiding. That's bookshelf to
and
bookshelf.
then
That's a big hide. 19. Well, it's a thievery, but it's the same modifier.
oh
It's fine.
whoops! I clicked thievery instead of.
It's a plus 12 across the board, so it's still a 19.
Okay.
So Elena, with your 11, you don't fuck up the athletics, because I would love to have you slip. Actually, I'll let you choose. Would you like
I
to
wanna
slip, or would you like to knock over books?
I want to slip.
Okay. You dive off the edge, trying to get just low enough so the searchlights don't scan over the top of you. And you, instead of grabbing the ledge, grab books. And before the books can teeter off the shelf and you, like, as if you rip them off the shelf and fall below, you just let go and you tumble down, down, down.
Do I notice this?
No. You're in a different
Oh.
section.
Is Cornelius in a different section?
Did you, because you, Elena and Glenn sort of separated to stealth. If you wanted to go with one of them, you could have.
Oh, well, can I go and save Elena?
If you went with Elena, yes.
Then I went with Elena.
Okay. You see Elena fall.
And then I tried to save. I don't know what I'm supposed to roll.
I don't know what you're going to
Probably.
do. Why would you like to try to save them using your imagination?
To try to grab them and like pull them into where I'm like hiding.
Okay. It'll be a pretty difficult check, but go ahead and roll me athletics or acrobatics.
Acrobatics is higher.
Ooh, with a straight 30, which was the required amount, you grab them as they are literally free falling. And like, even though you're a small creature, with all of your might, bring them into your hiding spot.
I don't have to do all my might. I have Titan Wrestler, remember?
Winky
This is the
face.
Titan
Let me
Wrestler.
tell a story. Yes. Gripply strength courses through you and you pull Elena from a free fall.
Mm-hmm. And then do I pull them in to where I'm hiding?
Yeah. Elena, you're squished against a bookshelf.
And a Gripply.
Elena kind of quietly thanks Cornelius for catching her before she plummeted into either the floor or or pile of books below. As she sits quietly between a bookshelf and a Gripply.
All right. You hear the footsteps. Get closer. Then closer. Then closer.
Don't like this.
Then further. And further. And further away. The area you guys are in grows darker as the searchlights are distant.
I get up. Like, I pull myself up.
You pull yourself up.
Cornelius wants to leave.
You pull yourself up.
Elena
Yes.
lets out a breath. She didn't
All-
realize she was laying and gets back up onto the top.
You're all on top of the bookshelves.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little distance away from you is sort of open, round space, a clearing, a round clearing from the bookshelves, where there seems to be some sort of structure.
Let's
How
try.
far from the ground would that be?
60 feet.
I take up my rope and like, do you two want to climb down? And I hold onto the rope and I just jump and see what happens.
Are you sure you want to take the risk of jumping off the bookshelf?
I'll try to climb it down without a
Okay.
rope.
Athletics. Or no, acrobatics. Acrobatics is specific for climbing. Unless you've got a climb speed. I think you'd be crazy enough to have a climb speed. Let's take a look. Nope.
Cornelius can do it.
Oh.
Well, I guess Cornelius is not doing it.
Cornelius has no climb speed, but can climb with good acrobatics or athletics. Excuse me.
He also has this.
Oh yeah, you could just. You could fucking screaming Kirby down and be fine.
Yeah.
Oh wait, my climb just has a die, a d20. What does that mean?
Hmm?
My climb is just a d20.
You can roll climb.
You don't just roll me roll me your athletics. Like I said.
Acrobatics.
Acrobatics is not climbing.
Well, you
Right,
said acrobatic.
so they
I might
both
have
made it,
confused
right?
myself, but it's athletics.
Okay.
Okay, they both made it. Nice.
Oh yeah, you get the fuck down there. Cornelius, you're an expert in acrobatics, right? No, you're just trained.
No, I'm I thought I was expert, or was that something else?
In
Oh no,
deception
that
and
was
intimidation.
deception. Yeah, okay. So, but 10 feet shorter.
10 feet shorter, so you make like 10 feet drops without hurting yourself, and you just boop, 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 boop on the way down. I would
Okay,
say it requires a check, but
what
the
is it?
DC's so low, it doesn't fucking matter.
Athletics. It's my turn. I see they're safe. I put the rope back in my pack. Roll.
You all reach the bottom, and as you hit the ground, it is a mixture of hard stone floor. It is a mixture of inky black wax traveling across the ground. The wax makes no splashing noise. It does not stick to your boots. It doesn't interact with you at all.
Elena starts to head in the direction that the wax was flowing towards that circle clearing.
Coming from the circle clearing. But yes,
Oh, I thought that's where we landed. I thought that's where we were heading.
it's flowing to the candles from the circle clearing.
Ah.
It's going out. It's like spreading versus dripping inwards. It's just the flow is reversed. Anyways, yeah, you guys all go to the massive circular clearing, and there you see bookshelves that are not straight, but you see them sort of rounded, and they're only on the edges. So they sort of make this rounded bookshelf circle that has like cuts in it. So like north, west, east, and south are open like channels that you could walk through or come into this area with. And inside this zone, you sort of see this massive pool of black inky liquid. And this pool has little tendrils flowing from it. And in the center of this pool is a strange obelisk thing.
Is there anything etched in the obelisk?
You can't tell.
Elena heads towards the obelisk to get a better look at it.
Yeah, I'll
It's-
get closer too.
It lacks
Cornelius will
color.
follow.
It lacks any amount of light shed on it. It is this piercing, crying, stone-like structure that is square. And you get closer to it and closer, and now you're in the massive circle. You've escaped the rows and rows, and finally some change of scenery has sort of made you confident that maybe this is the way out. And as you look around, you sort of see in the distance the same church lights, but far enough to where it's not an immediate concern. You sort of worry about the goop that sort of flows past you, and it makes no sound as you step through it, on it, or around it. It seems to be moving with its own intention. And then around you, you see a garden. It slowly starts folding out into this conceptual, rounded garden. Black and white, what looks like bushes stretch around you, like an idea of a park, like the idea of a resting place. There is tables and chairs. There is books on tables and chairs around you. There is an obelisk in the center of a lake, in the center of this clearing. It is crying black, inky material.
Odd. Doesn't really fit in with the rest of the library around it.
Cornelius is confused.
Like a kaleidoscope, as you get closer and closer, everything around you sort of expands more into a garden. There's now a gazebo in the center of the lake. There's now around you bushes and grasslands and more sort of familiar park slash sort of comforting surroundings. In the center of the lake is a large sort of centralized pillared structure, and on top of that structure, with a roof, is a large statue.
Is the entry to the library still where we came from, or is that gone?
This circular like area, there's still 4 exits, you know, like it's pretty massive, this sort of garden.
Oh, okay.
What do you do? You step towards the lake?
Yeah, Elena's gonna take a few steps towards the lake to just get a better look at what's in the lake, the obelisk and gazebo.
The obelisk is gone. It's sort of like a kaleidoscope folded in and then out into what you see now is the gazebo. Around you is comforting benches, soft bushes, grass that crunches underneath your footfalls.
Is there a way to get over to the gazebo?
Of course. It's a very easy straight path, straight to the center of this area.
Elena's gonna head towards the center, towards the gazebo.
You do. You all do. You and every single one of you sort of move towards this centralized area. And you see, as you get up all the way to the edge of the black, waxy lake, you see books open, pages empty. Hundreds of them on tables, on chairs. You see through something, you see some of the pages turn on some of these books. You see as this drippy, inky mass folds itself onto the pages.
Elena walks over to one of the books to get a look at it, looking through the pages to see if any of the other pages have anything else on it.
Roll me a D100.
Oh,
Whoa. Scary.
Ooh, all right. You see on this page, dripping, words in the language you very much understand. Every single step of this seems to be just sort of like an unending train of thought, as if This is someone's unfiltered ideas on a page. Do you touch it or try to read further?
Yes, I'm gonna try and read further.
You have to turn the page. Not where the ink is being written, but to sort of read its past. And you immediately sort of get this vision wash over you as you all see Elena sort of slump and almost splash into the ink. As you actually see as this wax splashes around her as she sort of falls backwards into it. You see you're in the woods. You're looking around, your memories foggy. You see a familiar face, someone who brought you here. Your arms, your limbs are that of leaves and branches. You see, as you move them back and forth, there is soon time moving endlessly in front of you. You do your best to take care of your surroundings. You give love to the plants and the matters around you. One day you find a very particular and strange doll. Laying out in the forest, you weave your vines in between its folds, and you stand up. You feel whole. You feel with purpose. You march endlessly through the woods, trying to help every plant and animal as you can, though you know the cycle is vicious. You watch as wolves hunt down moose. You see as a rabbit is run over by an animal. Hunt, hunger, chase, feel, heal. You are giving your energy to the life and the living around you. You are doing everything you can, and then you are called. You find yourself in a city, a very, very familiar city. It's been years, untold years. Around you, eventually you're surrounded with 3 other friends. Friends that are very familiar to you. Friends that you've known and got to know and live with and understand. You still give love to the plants around you, but you mostly spend time with them. You remember darkness. You remember stepping into a dungeon. You remember fighting for your life and the loved ones around you. You remember a bright flash of light. You remember burning from divine energy. You remember hearing and feeling your heart beat, even though you have none. You and your vines wrapped around a broken doll. You feel broken. You feel nothing. You wake up in black, inky mess. Elena, you're up.
Elena stumbles away from the book a bit in shock. Looks around at her surroundings to make sure she was back, seeing Glenn and Cornelius. She kind of calms down.
You have to peel yourself up from the ground as the wax has almost entombed you.
No. Elena does her best to push herself out of it to get away from the inky mass that's holding her.
It immediately falls to the side. Doesn't stick to you. Just leaves you alone.
Elena sits there for a second as she thinks about what she just saw. As she takes a few breaths to calm down a bit.
Glenn and Cornelius, you watch as Elena goes up to a book, falls over into the ink, and almost sinks below it, which is impossible because there's stone floor right there. Before she disappears entirely, you run up, and she bursts out of it with a gasp. Gets up and tries to center themselves. You sort of surrounding this now bench. There's a book on it, which pages are being turned mysteriously and ink is flowing onto it.
Is Selena standing?
Yes.
Okay. I take my hand on hers and I walk her out of the inky stuff, just in case.
It doesn't touch you.
Oh, okay. Elena?
Elena kind of, her head kind of snaps up to look at Glenn for a second before she seems to finally calm down a bit. I'm here.
What did you see?
I look like someone's story or life. Uh, like, like it was a plant. It curled around a wooden doll. It was helping nature. Then it went to a town. I think it seemed familiar. I don't know. There was a lot.
Did you see a doll that does what again?
Plants that kind of curled around a doll and
Oh,
kind of used it as like mobility.
that's the life you were seeing?
Yeah, I guess. It looks like it's still being written.
Interesting. I have no idea what that is.
I'm not too sure either.
Cornelius, it is about
Yes.
now. You and your mind drifts a little bit. You're feeling a little silly. But then you bring yourself back and center. Your hunting survival instincts kicking back in once again. The drippy liquid around you has suddenly moved, as if there's a disturbance, like something splashing
not
in the
good.
water. You look
That's not
over, and you see 3 bodies in the water.
Cornelius will tap Fen and point.
Glenn?
Yeah, Glenn.
Um,
At the bodies.
I run towards the bodies because I think it's Frank and Gilgum and Cyril.
You sprint. There is footfalls of stone underneath your foot as you take each stride, and you start wading your waist into the lake.
How close am I to the bodies?
You're about 10 feet away.
Can I perceive to see if they're the bodies of my comrades?
You have a light on you?
I was gonna say I do now, but I keep forgetting where spellcraft is. I do now.
Yeah, you summon a light upon yourself, and it is a black and white pool of water. It is non-see-through. It is at the end of this 10 feet.
Not non-see-through.
Thank you. This opaque liquid, as you look over, you see your 3 friends. Their color is entirely gone. They are just as black and white as everything else in this room.
I grab them. I grab all 3.
You have to wade your wet self into the water to do so. You touch the lake.
Cornelius has rope. And Glenn knows this.
Right. I will tie the rope around myself, and both you and Elena hold on.
Okay.
Okay.
You wade your way yourself through the water, pushing yourself, and it gets harder and harder to push your way through this opaque liquid. And then you get into range of your friends. There they are, slowly drifting towards the center, slowly drifting against the tide of liquid that flows away from the center. Their eyes are entirely devoid of light. Their skin, clothing, body are all black and white. Even when shining a divine bright light, such as yours, practiced from your many years of being a cleric, it does not reveal anything but dark shades of gray.
I reach for whoever my hand can grab first.
As you do so, the entire area around you descends into chaos. A brilliant blue and yellow and orange and then purple light beams from everywhere around you, as if the entire library has lit up with pure, unstoppable energy. The light itself is so blinding, but you see its intention. You see its energy sort of flow out and up, as if the entire place was a spotlight. You see, as up in the sky, the deafening noises that were muffled previously of the giant blue nebula that is crashing against the piercing yellow seven-fingered star. It is now in cacophony as your rolls from earlier have decided. This star of pure burning hatred that you have come to know as Nembaloth has been shunted from this reality. And as it does so, it leaves in its wake a massive shockwave of energy. The entire library does not regain its color. However, this blue permeating light extends from it. And as if like a bouquet of flowers unraveling from itself from the center, as if a peacock has opened up its feathers, hundreds and hundreds of spectral hands sort of permeate its way out of the lake itself. All of you have seconds to respond as these hands reach up into the sky and form into a singular branching limb that is then immediately coated with the black, inky mass that the center of this lake held, and it drains entirely as it forms into this terrifying, larger-than-life arm that you're sort of swept into. And none of you are sort of moved, more of you are entombed in this moment and frozen in time as this arm comes out and seals this layer that was breached in between reality in front of you. This light, this yellow star vanishes from your vision. Then the light flickers. Your friends, all three of them, breathe and like life into their chests. The color returns. All of you see around you as a kaleidoscope of colors sort of move, shape, and change as you all find yourself standing in the gazebo. Around you is this massive, unending lake.
Is the hand still there?
The hand is imperceptible.
Oh. So all six of us are in the gazebo.
Yes.
Okay. Elena?
What was that?
I don't know.
All of you immediately have your ears shattered, as if a wave of energy is trying to talk to you all. It is loud, it is violent in its sounds. And it's just, it's deafening, as if something that isn't compatible with your speech is trying to talk to you. It is trying to get your attention. Elena, this sort of impact hits you the most out of all of your friends. And as you see all of your friends disappear, you are standing alone on a single, massive, blue, nebulous-looking hand. You are lifted to a very, very large sky that expands endlessly, and you see in front of you a multicolored bar of light. coming from an endless sky.
Elena looks around first when she first realizes that everyone's gone, and as she's lifted up, she looks up at the multicolored sky and the bars that are looking down at her as she stands on the hand. As she stands there, just a bit in shock, unsure what to do. She just in awe and surprise at what she's seeing. So she also feels a sort of pressure in her eyes, as if like a headache forming of sorts starts to build behind her eyes.
You feel this shock wave of pressure as if the thing itself is just simply incompatible to talk with you. It's talking not to you, but through you. You hear what follows. And then you can no longer feel the pressure.
Hear anything?
As if the snap of a glow stick, your eye bursts.
Elena cries out in pain as the pressure had been building, static a bit behind her eye, and as her eye burst, she just lets out this horrible cry of pain as blood and tears seep from where her eye was. Feeling of static almost overcoming the area where the eye was supposed to be. As her hands come up to cover her eyes, the palm of the heel of her palm pressing into the eye socket, like you would if you had like a pain there or something, as if trying to alleviate it with the pressure of her hand.
Your eye drips a black, inky wax. And Cornelius, Glenn Keelhall, Frank, Cyril, and Gilgum, all of you, through successful navigation of this terrifying dungeon and not being coerced or attacked by any of the golems, you all wake up on the floor as a very familiar old man sits there with the door, a red door in his shop. All of you sort of tumble out into his shop. In front of you is a man named Edod. Well, I don't know what the hell you've all been through, but I would say you shouldn't go back in there for a while. You all alive? He just sort of pokes you.
Red.
I think so.
Who are you?
I'm Edod. I sold you some stuff. I sell the useless magic items.
This is the place that is covered in magical items.
Oh, well, I am a little disorganized. You don't have to be so rude.
I apologize.
Honestly. Just because you're one of my favorite customers doesn't mean, that this is for free. You all owe me one.
Do we?
What is for free? What happened? What did you do?
Well, I just sort of just pulled you out of there. You all are going crazy.
You could sense every time we use the red door.
What are you talking about?
There was a red door.
Oh, you mean this old thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not important.
do you mean not important?
That's not important. Okay,
I'm sorry,
listen. I might be going in there and stealing a few things from time to time, but it's not important.
Is that endless library we were in, is that your realm or something?
I don't fucking live there. Jesus.
But you know of it.
Hardly.
How were you able to sense us?
I was shopping.
Right. Thank you for being there at the right place at the right time.
So, you all interested in buying any magical items?
Cornelius does not play with magic.
Right. You all look like
What
you
do you
have some
have?
heavy shit to unpack.
Yeah.
Cornelius is once a hoarder.
I like you.
Normally I'd be in the mood to buy some stuff, but maybe not now. I apologize.
Party poopers. Well, if you need any dumb, useless magical items, you come to Edon, all right?
Fine,
Eh?
what dumb useless magical items do you have?
Well, I got this bag.
Is it a bag of holding?
Is it just a bag?
It holds, but like one thing.
What does it hold?
Well, right now it's corn.
Does it hold the door?
It holds a lot of one thing. I call it the mono bag. Because
So
it's monocolor and it also only holds one thing.
I can make it hold an infinite amount of water.
I mean, I guess. Or,
That is actually
and if you think about it, you could have it hold an infinite amount of liquid. Because it's liquid. But holds one thing. Though,
And will the liquids mix? That's the next question.
I mean, you could try shake it around. I don't know.
That's what we don't want to happen. I don't need my swamp water mixing with my bath water.
Well, if you think of that distinction, then it won't go in. It needs to be one thing. If it's water, it's water.
They're both labeled water.
Well,
Swamp water and bath water. That's both one thing, but also very separate.
exactly. It's the mono bag. It's sort of useless, really, because right now it only holds corn. That's it. Corn, just corn.
It's the corn bag.
He dumps out some corn cobs. They're a couple of different colors, but it's just corn. I think it's fucking useless. Like, absolutely useless.
So will you give it to us for free if it's useless?
No, I've got a business to run, and I sell useless magical items. So I would say I could part from this for like, 40 gold.
No,
The
that's too
mono
much.
bag.
What if I give you an equally useless item for it?
Does it have magical properties?
Yes.
Ooh, an exchange. Well, maybe. It depends on the value of the item. Sure, what do you got? Old Edod is always looking for a good little swap-a-roo.
Cornelius needs to check what Cornelius has. Cornelius has magical bottle of ashes
Oh.
from an elemental rat. I call it ashy.
That has interesting properties, possibly. Can I see it?
You can look at it, but you can't touch it.
Wow.
And then Cornelius will hold it.
If I can't touch it, I don't want it.
Well, no, not unless you trade.
I don't want it. Nope. I'm not a sucker.
But look, it's right here. And shake it around, and you can hear all the ashes. And then as Cornelius is shaking, it's making mouth noises to make sound effects.
Interesting. I've never heard a bottle of ashes make that noise before. Roll me deception.
I want to clarify. Is Elena here too, or?
Yes, you were just on the floor.
Okay.
You taste paper.
Oh wait, no!
as-
Oh no! I want to reroll that. I can't reroll once.
You make the most obvious mouth noises possible, and Edod goes, "Interesting. All right, I'll take 10 gold off the asking price for this, and like 30 gold. I'll give you the mono bag. Mono bag.
Cornelius would just rather steal it.
Hey, that's not
Mr.
allowed
Edod,
here.
I'll
I
buy
didn't
it
say
for 3
Cornelius.
platinum.
Cornelius didn't say will steal it. It said rather steal it.
I don't like the implications of that, Mr. Cornelius.
Mr. Edod, here's 3 platinum. I will buy it.
Holy shit! That's exactly 30 gold.
Thank you.
He puts it in his mouth and bites down on the corner. Ow! Right. Anyways, enjoy the mono bag. Give me the ashes. Give me the ashes. Give me the ashes.
No, you
No,
didn't
it was
trade.
for a free trade.
No, you didn't trade.
Give me the ashes.
No. Cornelius puts it back in the bag.
He's holding the mono bag away from Glenn. 10 more gold.
What? Then return me the platinum.
What? Here you go. And he just hands you the platinum.
Cornelius, are you sure?
The bottle of that. It was supposed to be a fair
Give the
trade.
ashes. Just give the ashes.
But it's my bottle of ashes.
It's my
And
bottle.
now
I'm an
it's gonna be
elemental rat.
our mono bag.
We're putting swamp water in it, right?
No.
Well, right
What's
now it's
the
got
point?
corn in it, and he puts corn on the table.
We can go to Rin's and give her all the corn.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that'll be 1 bottle of ashes and 30 gold.
The tech, you're gonna have
Well-
to deal with my inventory because I don't know.
But I just need consent. Do you give
Okay.
bottle of ashes?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Sorry. Sneezy.
All right. All right.
Cornelius is super sneezy.
I want my gold back.
Oh, I never actually took it from your hands. I just asked for it back.
He looks at his hand. It has 3 platinum on it. Oh. How did I not notice? My bad. And he pockets it.
Yeah,
You
it's
hear a hefty jingling coming from his pockets. Real? Here's the
I'll
mono
hold
bag,
on
and
to
he
this.
throws it at you.
Thank you.
Through this, Elena is just like sitting on the floor. There are stains on her right cheek. Her bangs have kind of fallen over her right eye. She sits there wide-eyed, thinking about everything that just happened. A dull ache on the right side of her face.
Elena?
If you're not gonna buy anything, get out.
Mean?
We just bought something.
You're a likely thief, Cornelius. I don't trust you.
I just said that I was gonna steal, not that I was going to steal.
Well, yeah, but that means you have potential of sticky fingers, and I need to watch you.
True, but you could, if you see where I'm at, then I can't steal anything.
I don't believe that for a second. I seen a horse entirely disappear once. In front of my very eyes. The man was a magician. I think he put it in his hat. He wouldn't tell me, though.
Elena, are you okay?
Cornelius doesn't play with magic.
Mm.
Elena opens her mouth to speak, but not much really comes out in her shock state. More of like just a small like squeak like noise in her shock state as she kind of sits there.
Well,
Blink
time to wrap this
twice.
up.
Blink twice if you're okay with me carrying you out of here.
She kind of sits there for a moment, processing before her only visible eye blinks twice.
Got it.
All right, well, time to wrap this up. Thank you so much for coming on in. Bye, everybody.
Good care of Ashy.
Edod turns to the camera and smiles as the heroes walk out the front of his store. And that is where we'll end today's session.
Mono bag.
What a
Keep the mono bag in like Fenn's inventory because Cornelius will fuck with it otherwise.
Listen, we have a bunch of groceries for Rin. She'll be happy.
Holy corn! You hear from the distance. Outro time, starting with Cornelius.
Cornelius is Cornelius. Cornelius Frog. Frog goes ribbit, 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 ribbit.
wow.
Find me on text channel.
Glenn Keelhall.
I've been Glenn Keelhall, an old cleric who's played by FenVT, a Dogboy VTuber, who enjoys a variety of video games. You can watch him on Twitch or talk to him on Twitter. Or,
You're
I don't
allowed
know, go on
people.
YouTube, I guess.
You're allowing people to talk to you now.
On Twitter.
That's still more than before.
Don't DM me.
Elena Mortimer.
Except for on Twitter.
I am just a dork. I am a TV-headed artist who you can find on Twitter, on Blue Sky, or in the Discord doing art. I ended my birthday playing Pathfinder today, which is the best way I possibly could have ended my birthday. And I was playing Elena Mortimer, the necromancer animist who has a familiar starling named Lumen and has met God now.
Thank you everybody for coming on in here. My name is Tecknomancer. I am a TV-headed VTuber. Mysterious things are happening, but I'm not going to tell you shit. Love you all. Thank you so much for coming on in here and watching our bullshit on the internet. And most of all, make sure to take care of yourself, brush your teeth, drink some water, and as always,
Keep hydrated.
thank you so much for making memories with us tonight. I hope to see you all very soon, and that's it from us. Say bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Woo! Bye.
See you around. Good session.
That was great.
It was okay. No, I'm just kidding.